Sorry. My brother's gonna call me back in a second, but hi, hello. It's the stream. Let's play the video game. Ali getting absolutely owned. But yeah, my brother's gonna call me back. He's been playing Persona 4 Golden, and I've been talking to him about it. It's been really fun. Bro's playing Persona 4 Golden in his late 20s, like for real, for real. He's just like Patrick. He's pushing. Instead of Patrick pushing his 40s, my brother's pushing his 30s, playing in his Persona phase. But that's chill. I should probably launch the game. I need to make a new still soon. That'll be fun. But I want to play. I want to go get back to Tartarus. Fucking hell. But yeah. Rumble mod. Yeah, Rumble mod DM. Patrick's most loyal mod. Because he unbanned his only actual other mods. Or not unbanned, but, you know. And 15 to 20 covering Tucker. Okay. Did he... fuck. Dude, this dude needs to link his... Rumble. The same Punjab piece of shit that got my Twitter got everything with that email, bruh. This sticker is banned from the channel. Pre-show chow, bento, Philadelphia rolls. How are those? Those don't look bad for pre-packaged Philadelphia rolls. Alright. I need to look at this guy's fucking Rumble.
Point about the necessity of religion.
Oh, okay. Finishing up my lasagna. I'm surprised. Patrick's covering it though, right? I'd rather watch him cover it. Okay, there we go. Music, or I guess after restarting my computer, the audio is good now. I'm gonna download some graphics mods before next stream, but I'll probably do it during work because, as you can tell, I'm a very productive employee. Oh, I should do Naganaki Shrine. Look at this fucking faggot. Or Brother, Frisk is also a Rumble mod? Yeah, where's my Rumble mod? Give me mod stupid. That'll probably work. DM, you were too beta to even list your best P3 girl. Bro, he has an entire fucking... Alright. Yeah, I'm not giving back your mod. But... Bro, yeah, like, you have a whole ass tier list. What a fag. Who the hell is this anime? Okay, I'm not reading that name. Is that Pants Monster? Is that fucking Pants Monster? I'm gonna personally ban him. Or you should, that would be fun. Wow, are you Pants Monster? Yo, the second he says yes, or if he doesn't talk again, ban him. MTD once again supporting, okay, ban him, ban him, ban him. Get fucking owned, loser. Sorry, we don't allow fags in here. This is a right-wing Christian channel. That includes purging faggots. Yo, Monochrome casually supporting faggots. Oh. Oh. LMAO. Mono thinking Pants Monster is a king? MTD. Where is it? What did Milk Truck Driver say? Hello, Patriots. Hello. Hoagie Rat. He said, "Hail Anime Come 1488." Rig for Dive. Hello, Salad Snake. Rig for Dive. How many views did Pat get on Rumble? I don't know, but 90 people apparently are waiting in the lobby for this new stream that's not online yet. It is yeah, it is completely rigged.
これまでの歩みでございます。こちらを引き出すのです。それではこちらをおやめになりますか？またの
For unbans, email pmkc89@protonmail.com. I mean, it says 105 people waiting. I imagine it's only like 20. Because Rumble likes to pump numbers for some fucking reason. I doubt people are waiting for fucking an unscheduled stream. Ping, 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 ping. Oh, that's Patrick's announcement. Live now, sure. Yeah. Yeah, you're live? Okay, there we go. I think we don't have too much. Actually, who am I kidding? We have some story. Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have. Bro, how do I put it in theater? Okay. What the fuck is this? This is theater mode? You fucking kidding me? This is theater mode? Why do I still see so much of the... What is this? Why do I need to see this in theater mode? In this? What a shitty fucking website, bro. No wonder nobody uses it. Burpap. Yukari probably has the best bow she could get for a while. Shock low.
ゆっくり見ていて。もういいのか。じゃあな。
Music was part of the YouTube has this studio of this song repository of all sorts of copyright free, royalty free music, and that's all gone. The old intro to Restoring Order, so I had to scramble ahead of time. Anyways, guys, let's dive into it. It's 2 hours.
So true, Patrick.
Okay, if you want the stream to continue beyond the 2 hours, I've got a grift goal here, the 3rd hour goal. We could play some Fallout or something. I could take the stream down and then we can go back up on D-Live and kick. Right now, I would have to pay to use Restream to use.
Give me my mod back,
something else because it's a custom destination.
Sorry, you're not allowed into the tunnels.
There's so many streaming services you could pay for that it's a 15 a month for Rumble, 15 a month for Restream. Maybe you want to pay for something else. Not worth it. So you can do it for free. So I will be setting up the Rumble Restream. Eventually, there are free ways to do it. Just takes a little more time. Anyways, guys, let's dive right into it. If you want to support the show, entropystream.live/Patrick Casey. We've got the link in the description there.
I was gonna donate too.
Let us
Bye.
dive into it. So it's about 2 hours.
Sorry, I'm not broke. I don't need to go.
Following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin.
You seem to need my mouth.
I'll be
Fuck,
right back.
I'm not even gonna finish that thought.
7 p.m. in the building behind us,
I'm finishing my lasagna though.
The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly,
what else do I need to do?
The filibustering technique they found it annoying.
We're back.
Yeah, I need to turn down the game volume.
But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seems to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light, as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed
Can you guys believe this?
a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
I don't like it there.
Messing with the color
It's
situation
not
here.
that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Oh, right off
Here's the quote.
Right off the
Thank
bat.
you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical
This is the most powerful man in the world right here.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started.
My mic is louder than the interview.
Where
Okay, I'll
did
turn the
Ukraine
interview up.
come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state.
Just turn your volume down. I turned the... Yeah, be good.
When the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the
Just think, what is
1000th
going through
anniversary of the
Tucker's head
country.
right now? Wild.
In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev.
Look at these assets, bro.
He
Like, some
ousted
of them
two
are really
brothers
good.
who
Some of them are
apparently
fucking
had
whatever this is.
Look at that intense gaze.
once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod.
What does that even mean,
Moonlight
though? This
Channel.
stupid
The
comment
next
is that.
very significant date in the history of Russia was 988.
So he's giving him a
This
crash
was the
course in
baptism
Russian
of
history.
Russia, when Prince Vladimir,
After implying that he
the
wasn't a serious.
great-grandson of Rurik,
I think it was half in
baptized
jest,
Russia
implying that he
and
wasn't like a serious
adopted
journalist or something.
Orthodoxy or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian
Tucker
state
must
began
become
to take
orthodox.
shape.
Putin demands it.
Back in the Middle Ages, Prince
I
Yaroslav
think
the
Putin's
Wise
religious.
introduced the order of succession to a throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince, who had passed away, to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end
What did
of
Tucker
Rus
say at the
as a
beginning? I
single
missed that because
state.
I was going to grab water. What did he say at the
There was
beginning about
nothing special
filibustering?
about it.
He said
The
some parts
same
of
was
the interview
happening then in
he
Europe.
thought Putin was filibustering. Huh?
But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan.
Yeah, Pap's talking too much. I want to hear fucking Putin talk about history. So yeah, soy lenio. Like, hello?
Easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan.
Dude, fucking Rumble sucks, man. What a shit site. Dude, what did he say about I want to get water? Yeah, no one cares, bro. I'm just kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. I'm actually not kidding about that, but fucking hello, hi. Fucking Rumble piece
Sing.
of shit fucking site.
The most
A few
powerful
years
man in
later,
the
Union was signed,
enemy number one as far
but
as your
this
own.
time
national
already
security
in
statement.
What
the
the
religious
fuck
I mean,
was
it's crazy.
that?
Put yourself in his shoes.
Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state.
Did you guys hear that?
During decades,
I mean,
the
Putin's
Poles
kind
were
of
engaged
mocking
in the
him.
What the
colonization
fuck?
of
No, I'm not
this
gonna
part
give
of the
you
population.
Is that me?
60-second
They
answer.
introduced their
That might be
language
like-
there, tried to entrench the
Mogging the
idea
viewer.
that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were
Okay.
Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that the person was living on the outskirts of the state, among the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service.
So true,
It didn't mean
Putin.
any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to
Not
the
cruelly,
fact
just
that this
harshly.
part of the Russian lands
There's a
began to
difference.
struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed.
Wait. Is
and
it
people
on your
be
guys' end
commissioned
too, or
here, including
does that happen to you guys, or is that just a me thing? Because I've noticed some stuff with my PC that might be weird. Like again, the double audio thing for Persona 4.
It was in the 13th century.
Oh, did my brother just call me?
We're getting to the modern era. Yeah, be patient. This is how
No, I
Putin
will
talks
tell
as
you what
Dissident
happened later.
Echoes. He does televised interviews where he gives long,
Dissident.
sophisticated answers to questions. Yeah, I don't think he's
There is no
trolling or
confusion.
anything.
And in 1654, even a bit earlier,
From his point of view, that is the fundamental
the
necessary.
people who were in control of
It's,
the
he's
authority
saying
over
Ukraine
that
is
part
part of
the
Russia.
Russian lands,
Historically.
It's echoing in one ear for
So
me.
this idea that he
addressed
has
Warsaw,
no,
I repeat,
that Russia has no
demanding
claim
that
to
they
any of
send
the
them to
territory is
rulers
wrong.
of
That's
Just
Russian
like
what
jump
he's
scare
saying.
ASMR.
and
Yeah,
Orthodox
that's not what I believe
faith.
necessarily. But
When Warsaw did not answer them,
Health sandals.
and in fact rejected their demands,
yeah,
they
very
turned to
different from
Moscow,
Trump. Very different
so that
political
Moscow
animals.
took them away.
Definite some similarities, but
So that you don't think that I'm inventing things,
what is he asking for?
Oh.
Jamie, pull it up.
I'll give you these documents.
Dude, the shadows interacting with the
He doesn't
clothes
He's got the
here.
documents. Okay.
Sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still,
You see that?
these are documents
You
from
wait.
the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the
I
power.
feel like
as part of the
Putin's kind of got some.
lands. To Warsaw, demanding that
This
their
is like when
rights be
DeSantis
upheld.
pulled out the gay porn. You remember
And
that?
after being
Wait, what?
refused, he
Debates.
began to write letters to Moscow,
We'll give Putin the benefit of the doubt.
asking
No
to
gay
take
porn in
them
there.
under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not
They're in
agree to
Russian,
admit
you
them
can
straight
translate
away,
them into
assuming
English
that
later. Are
the
you
war
serious?
with Poland would start. Nevertheless,
Putin's
in
funny.
1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of
Yeah, it
top
fucks up on my
30
right headphones
and
too.
landowners,
It's kind of
headed by
funny.
the Tsar,
Do you remember when the shirtless feminist
which
ran
was
at
the
Putin and he just gave them the
representative
thumbs
body
up,
of
the
the
thumbs
power
up
of the old
as a
Russian
security
state,
guard staff? Yeah, I do
decided
remember
to
that.
include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom.
Yo, Rumble
As
sucks,
expected, the war
bro.
with
Rumble
Poland
sucks.
began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654,
A lot of
was
American
concluded.
Western heads of state have actually gotten along really well with.
And 32 years
Which is
later,
the
I think,
crazy
a peace
thing.
treaty with Poland, which they
They
call
say he's a nice guy. They say he's funny. Like Bill
These lands,
Clinton,
the whole left bank
George
of Dnieper,
Bush,
including Kiev, went to
European
Russia,
heads of state.
and the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General
I can't
Staff
hear the
relied on the
interview from
ideas
this,
of
so I'm
Ukrainianization.
muting this stream for now. Oh, you can't
and
hear it?
Started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainization.
Wait. So, are you guys getting the same
Their motive
glitch
was
even if
obvious.
you're listening on Patrick's stream directly, or?
Just before World War
Or
I,
what
they
is
wanted
that
to
about?
weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves a relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood, and the civil war began, including the hostilities with
Pat,
Poland.
do the Tucker stare?
In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again
No
was
truck
given
driver
back
says
to
this.
What
This
the
is keyed.
fuck?
Yeah, this is totally a truck driver.
How the fuck do I
Cyprus
In
fix that?
1939, after Poland
I'm already
cooperated
regretting
with
this. I'm not
Hitler,
regretting it at all. What are you talking about?
it did
We wouldn't do that.
Like, if I stand back a little bit, is it
Of
gonna
course,
play
of course
normal?
we wouldn't do that.
After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Gdansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably,
Dude,
but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together
He did ask
in
amicably
the
to get
partitioning of
Danzig back.
Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect.
Dude,
Russia
American
has
Dude, this is
conservative
awful.
boomers have already fallen
hundreds of
asleep
years.
in this
Why
interview.
wouldn't you?
All right, let me try to open up in Chromium or some shit. Let me see if that works out. Do I have Chromium? How about Firefox Nightly? I'm gonna pull it up on. I'm gonna. What is this? All right. Hopefully this is better. Well, already off to a great start. Do I have to turn off my ad block or something? My PC seems to be doing fine.
The thing comes out, clip like the
After the
interesting
victory
parts.
in the Great Patriotic
You
War,
never know what's
as
gonna
we
go
call
viral.
World War II,
I don't have a sound
all
booster
those
on here.
territories
though.
will
Engagement farming
ultimately
tips.
enshrine as
You're
belonging
not
to
supposed to see
Russia,
that.
to the USSR.
Порядке компенсации, так надо полагать.
As for Poland, it
Hopefully I
received
don't accidentally
apparently
open the
in
school folder.
compensation the lands
That would be
which
funny.
had originally been German.
In fact, let's get rid of this
The eastern
bookmark
parts
bar.
of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland.
I think the biggest ethnic cleansing in human history was
Of course,
after
Poland regained access to the Baltic
World War
Sea
II.
and Danzig,
14 million Germans.
which was once again given its Polish name.
Вот таким образом сложилось.
So this was how this situation
При
developed.
формировании Советского Союза, это уже 1900
In 1922, when the USSR was being established,
большевики начали
Okay,
формировать
audio is
the
much better.
Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed
которые до
before.
сих пор вообще-
Right.
которые до сих пор вообще не существовало. При этом Сталин
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as
входили в качестве автономных образований.
autonomous entities.
Основатель советского государства Ленин настоял.
For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that
Why
they
am I not
be
mod? Well, I
entitled
told people to
withdraw
DM
from
me
the
if they wanted to
USSR.
get mod.
Наделил
So
образующуюся
Again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the
So
question.
how is Tucker getting the translation?
Exactly.
Does he have an earpiece in that we can't see?
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
Да. Итак, значит, советская Украина получила.
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory.
D-Live is a
during
bit
that
less
They cut out
serious.
some of the stuff he
Let's
said
be
there.
honest, and no one wants to
He
fucking
says
be
some
on
funny
D-Live.
things that they didn't want to trust.
Россия получила в результате.
At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state,
И вот это все
established Ukraine that way.
десятилетия в составе СССР.
For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR.
По непонятным причинам.
And for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine.
Украины и других
Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
Dude, this fucking website sucks. Like, what the fuck is this? Automatic quality, like... Why is it on auto? Stop being on auto.
Ну, я не знаю, как границы.
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders.
Все считают, что
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
государств, то в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, ну, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get
Больше того,
back to
сейчас
their
расскажу
historical land.
интересную историю, отвлекусь.
Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you.
Значит, где-то в начале
I digress, it's a personal one.
из,
Digressions
Somewhere
upon
in the early
digressions.
80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev,
выехал
made a stop in Kiev, and then went to western Ukraine.
название
I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian,
возле
not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian.
Russian and
I was driving
Hungarian.
through some kind of village, and there were men sitting next to the houses, and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there
What
is an
timestamp are we at?
infringement.
Well, that
25
is,
minutes
and
or
there's
so?
a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today,
Tucker really wants this question answered.
you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the leader threat, and that's what got you to
I
move.
just
Is that a
copied and
fair
pasted Disaster Cycle's name to make him a
characterization
moderator, and it says unable to find such user.
Я
This
I'll put a
fucking guy.
space in front of it. Okay,
мои
there we go.
длинные диалоги, они
I understand that my long of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning. Are we going to have a serious talk or a what the Russian leadership was guided by? You said a serious talk.
Ну так вот.
So bear with me,
подошли
please.
к тому моменту, когда
We're coming to the
Just
point
utterly
where the
mogging.
Soviet Ukraine, when in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
этот развал Советского Союза.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively
Tucker's never done an
initiated by the
interview like
Russian
this.
leadership.
Не знаю, чем тогда руководствовалось руководство России. Но
I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
первое. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что фундаментально
First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies.
Экономика очень сильно взаимосвязана.
All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Я хочу, чтобы вы, как американские гражданины, чтобы
The second point is a very important one.
прежнее российское руководство
I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well.
больше никаких разделителей.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines.
Инициативно пошло даже на развал Советского Союза.
Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union,
Называемым
and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association.
Is he going to go into the looting of posts?
That is what
Soviet
Russia
Russia?
was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole.
в том числе и в Германии. Эгон Барр.
There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe.
Помочь объединиться Германии. Но
Help should be given to unify Germany,
будет входить Соединенные
but a
Штаты.
new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European
Ну,
countries.
чтоб НАТО распространялось.
Yes.
But NATO
Тогда говорил,
needs
если
not
НАТО
to
будет
expand.
распространяться, всё будет то же
That's
самое,
what he
как
said.
в условиях холодной войны. Только
If
ближе к
NATO
границам.
expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War,
Его никто не
only closer to Russia's borders.
Никто
That's
не
all.
послушал. Больше того, он рассердился как-то.
He was a wise old man, but no one listened to
Если,
him.
говорит, вы меня
In
не
fact,
слушаете, я больше
he
вас
got angry once.
рассердился на советское руководство.
If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again.
Но, тем не менее,
Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. That the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной
That's a
России.
good
The
question.
West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia. Because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds.
It's like
or
different. It's
5%
different
a
people
year.
though
It
in the
used to
State
be even
Department. They're
more.
kind of split
But that's
between
enough for China. As
They think
Bismarck once put it,
China and
potentials
Russia's
are the
worst,
most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy.
There was a good
It has
Sentinel
already
tweet about how
overtaken
the
United
Chinese
States quite a long
century
time
was
ago,
2020
and
to
it is growing at a
2022.
rapid clip.
No,
Let's
it's
not talk
2000
about
to
who is
2020.
afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. Let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before.
Был момент, когда
There was a moment when
серая кошка пробежала.
a certain rift started growing between us.
Помните уступку?
Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before
Was
the
this when
Yeltsin was
Yeltsin
lavish with praise?
drunk and
As
was found
soon as the
wandering around in his
developments
underwear?
Yugoslavia started, he
That was
raised his
Yeltsin,
voice
right?
in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there. I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice. In support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. The outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him,
Если бы Россия поставила вопрос о вступлении в НАТО,
Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen?
он сказал, ты знаешь, это интересно.
Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so.
Уже на
But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now.
можете спросить у него. Но я думаю, наши...
You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you
well, It's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Послушайте,
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
если бы он...
if he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the
I
relationship?
just timed out
What
Milk Truck Driver for
motivates
5
this from your
minutes,
point
and
of
it
view?
removed all of his messages.
Вы сказали, что...
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride
knew
and
Putin wasn't
groom,
gonna like the
bitterness,
bitter
resentment. It's not about those kind of matters
accusation.
in such circumstances. We just realized
Hey, you
we
sound real
weren't
butthurt,
welcome
Putin.
there.
Why are you
that's
so?
all.
Why are you so
Okay,
ass mad?
fine.
Fool?
But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you. FSB director, write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President? He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, we have been working with the opposition in Russia, we believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it.
Wow.
Just ridiculous. Well, okay, we realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government.
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition. This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one, is the moment when the US
Here's in front
missile
of the
defense
Chechens.
system was created. The beginning. We
We
persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that, we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically
Google
change
it.
the
Great
situation
advice.
in the world. He
CT
says,
man to
yes,
fish.
and asks, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, Yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great. But with some exceptions.
So twice you've described US presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency.
By the way, I'm just gonna chill
So
out.
it sounds like you're describing
I'm
a
not gonna
system
be.
that's
I'm
not
gonna be
run
AFK while
by the people who were
Patrick's
elected in your town.
on stream.
Именно
How
так.
long is It's like
That's
an
right.
hour long.
That's
You're
right.
like halfway through it.
Deep state moment.
In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because
I'm just
think
gonna
it's
restream
incorrect.
this and
After
hang
all,
out for a
it was
bit.
confidential
Наше предложение
conversation.
было отклонено.
But our proposal was declined. That's a
Тогда,
fact.
именно тогда я сказал,
It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures.
будем создавать такие
We will
удары.
create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems.
Ответ был такой.
The
Мы
answer was, we are not doing this against you and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us.
I'm gonna let the
not against
Persona
the
music
United
play over
States.
it though.
I
It will
said,
be.
okay.
That's
Very
pretty
well.
funny.
That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back.
По поводу расширения
Now, about NATO's expansion to the east.
НАТО на восток.
Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what?
Что сказать? Ну,
They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand.
5 расширений.
So there were 5 waves of expansion. The Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on.
И вот теперь подхожу к главному.
And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous, it's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they?
Кто они такие?
You see, they were pressed, they agreed.
А потом они говорят,
And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future?
я говорю, а почему завтра?
Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again.
С кем там
Well, it's nonsensical.
Мы готовы
Who's there to
разговаривать.
talk to? I just don't understand.
Гарантии.
We're ready to talk. But with whom?
Значит, начали осваивать.
Where are the guarantees? None.
Не было там. Я вам
So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed.
все,
Now, all the
True.
presidents that have
All
come
true.
to power in Ukraine,
опирались на
they relied on electorate with a good attitude to
Space
Russia
Fans?
in one way or the other.
это юго-восток Украины.
This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people.
И перебить этот электорат.
And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia.
Значит, к власти пришел
Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how?
первый раз он победил.
The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine.
Постпереворот.
This is a coup d'etat.
Себе.
Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
142 views and not to the
2014.
grift goal, says Makarov. Yeah, I might be
Before
taking a
that.
long weekend here
No,
off
this
of
was
streaming.
before
We'll
that.
see.
After President
hard feelings
Kuchma,
either
Viktor
way.
Yanukovych won the elections. However,
Okay.
his opponents did not recognize
like
the
watching
victory.
something like
The
this, even
US
back in
supported the
2020, when
opposition,
there were far more
and the
people
third
watching,
round was scheduled.
not the most
What
remunerative
is
form
this?
of content.
This is a coup.
Just people are just watching.
The
Why
US
super chat? You're just
supported it,
watching, you're
and the
listening.
winner of the third round came to power.
That's
Imagine
fine.
if in
No
the
hard
US
feelings.
something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized.
Yeah, it's
Nonetheless,
great
it
Divine
was done in
Mercury. A
Ukraine.
great message to post
Okay,
in chat.
Viktor Yushchenko, who was
Bye-bye.
considered a pro-Western politician,
I'm
came to
not
power.
doing Super Seducer anytime soon.
Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's
I'm
fine.
gonna turn the
Let people do their
it's
job.
hot in here, one sec.
The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician, I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which could have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time
I'm not gonna play
think before
Baldur's
signing."
Gate 3. Get out of here.
The moment he said that, the opposition
Hey
began
Pat,
to
you're
take
you're halfway through a
destructive
2-hour
steps, which
interview.
were
Play some
supported by the
dumb
West.
tranny game. No, I'll pass.
It all came
Thank you.
down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
I didn't play that game when it came out.
So
I'm not
he
playing
did
it
more
now.
trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine and vice versa. They used to be very close.
Subscribe with a
ties.
$20 donation. Thank you for the support.
coup d'etat
Appreciate
was
it, buddy. And by the
Although
way,
I
someone
shall
else
not delve
someone in the
into
chat
details
commented
now,
about the
as I find
donations.
doing it
I didn't bring that up.
The US told us.
Just for the record, that's also not me
Calm
on an alt.
Yanukovych down, and we will calm the
It's
opposition.
Bodhi Boop on an alt. I
Let
was
the situation
blackmailing
unfold
him
in
into
the
posting
scenario
that
of a
message.
political
Thank you for the
settlement.
$20.
We said,
It's
all
1/5
right.
of the way. Thank you for
Agreed.
the support.
Let's
Subscribe
do
as
it this way.
always. Let's go.
As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev.
I'm getting
What
into
is
my
that
Don
supposed
here.
to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
Blame the U.S.
With the backing of CIA, of course. The
Yeah, he's
organization
talking
you
about
wanted to join
2014,
back
the
in the
overthrow
day,
of
as I understand.
Yanukovych, right?
We should thank God they didn't let you in.
You had a pro-Russian
Although
president,
it
and
is a
that regime
serious
got
organization.
overthrown
I understand. My former vis-a-vis
by
in the
basically
sense that I
Ukrainian
served in the
Wignats
first
and the
main
CIA
directorate,
joined
Soviet
forces.
Union's intelligence service.
So.
They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what
I'm
it
not
would
reading
evolve
some
into.
of these comments in chat here.
So, in 2008,
All right,
the
no
doors
spoilers.
of NATO were
What
open
are some
for
of these
Ukraine.
messages in here?
In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection. They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There is a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
But that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Спровоцировал конфликт изначально.
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives
He's like,
of
the
three
thing I've been
European
talking about 8
countries,
years ago, that's
Germany,
the
Poland,
catalyst in
France,
recent
arrived.
years.
They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its three guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although
Such an incredibly
it was
difficult guest to wrangle.
Because
as an interviewer, that is
Yanukovych
part of the
agreed to all
challenge.
conditions. He was ready to hold
The other
an
person's
early
going to do most of the
election, which he
talking, but
had
you
no
have to
chance of
do what you
winning,
can to make sure what they say is what your
Everyone knew
audience will
Then
find
why the
interesting,
coup? Why the
what's
victims?
pertinent to the topic.
Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments
Imagine
on
if
Maidan.
a pro-American Canadian president
Because
or
we
prime
agreed with
minister
the
gets
fact that
elected,
after the collapse of the Soviet Union,
and then some
our
other
borders
Russia
should be
comes and
along the
like
borders of former
funds like
Union's
crazy
republics.
extremists to take him out,
We agreed to that.
and all of a sudden Canada
But
gets
we
a
never agreed to
pro-Russian
NATO's
prime minister.
expansion, and moreover, we never
That's
agreed
exact. I
that
mean, look,
Ukraine
Russia
would
isn't
be in
blameless.
NATO.
They're not like these innocent, victims. They have their
We
own
did not
interests.
agree
They
to
pursue
NATO
them.
bases there without any discussion.
But a
with
lot
us.
of not all, but most
decades, we
of these
kept
provocations
asking,
are
"Don't do
from
this, don't do
the
that."
Western security apparatus.
And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to be we're going to act?
We talked about this all the time.
Good
We
morning,
addressed the United
T-Bass.
States and European countries'
T-Bass?
leadership to
How you
stop
doing?
these developments immediately, to implement
Good
the
morning,
Minsk
he says.
agreements.
Good morning.
Frankly speaking,
long
I didn't
8-hour
know
day ahead of you,
how
buddy.
we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbas territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbas, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do
Corbin
anything.
Ransley with 20
They also
bucks and
started
generous
preparing
support
for
coming in.
military action.
And Corbin
It
Ransley,
was
this week in
they
general.
who started the war in
Thank you
2014.
for your service, Corbin. Appreciate
Our
it,
goal
buddy.
is to stop this war.
Let's go.
And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now?
It's a really dumb thing to say, Popcorn. You should feel
I
bad
mean, have
about
you achieved
yourself.
your aims?
Idiot.
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification.
The denazification.
This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process.
I can't believe he's
which
trying to
ended in
portray his
Istanbul
enemies as
earlier
Nazis,
this year.
which is what everyone does.
в Стамбуле в прошлом году в начале, но
And it was not our
This is just a
initiative, because we
rationalization
were
for
told
Russia's
by the
material
Europeans, in particular,
goals.
that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said,
Германия говорили, ну как ты себе
Oh, that
представляешь,
isn't true, T-Base.
how can you
I've never
imagine
done
them
that in my
signing a
life.
treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev.
извините, от Киева.
As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin
Договоренности, достигнутые в Стамбуле.
and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe.
Вот,
That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
да.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is,
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification.
Искать, как говорят некоторые аналитики,
After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say,
как
its
поставить
identity.
во главу угла этой
And they found it in the Sonnenrad.
And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with
героев,
Hitler.
которые сотрудничали с Гитлером.
Bandera.
Я уже говорил, что
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very
Like and
good relations with
subscribe. Yeah,
Russia.
like the video, follow the channel.
но в силу исторического
Thank you,
развития
thank you,
But due to
T-Base.
the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior.
идентичность. И вели себя очень жестоко. Это все осталось в памяти.
There were also attempts to destroy their identity.
Когда началась Вторая мировая война, часть этой
All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom.
она начала сотрудничать с Гитлером, полагая, что
The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population.
грязную работу
Hence, this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian
I'm
population.
learning so much from
too.
Putin. Yeah, we're about an hour in. Tucker asked him why he invaded or
вот
something of the
отсюда
sort.
вот эта жестокая
And Putin has been
This
talking
was
about
led by the
history
persons who are
for
well known:
an hour.
Bandera,
But it's been fascinating.
Shevich,
He's been
It was
funny
those
too.
people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism
Mr. Patchouli
and
made a
neo-Nazism
Rumble account for the
exist in
stream. I
other
know there are
countries
people
as well.
watching this
Yes,
who have
they are
not made Rumble
seedlings,
accounts,
but we
who have not
approve them,
followed me.
and other countries fight against them.
You know what you need to do.
But Ukraine is not the case.
movement commands
These people have been made into national
sign in
heroes
on
in
Rumble.
Ukraine. Monuments
that
to those
account.
people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany.
Возводят. Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских. Надо
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, сейчас закончим. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification.
Замалчивается на Западе.
Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. This story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries.
Спикер парламента.
The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It
fought the
turned out
Russians.
that
He's-
this
yeah,
man
he's
served in
one
the
of us.
SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man.
A lot of this
How
stuff is
can
very
this be
funny.
imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my
Named.
question is, what do you do about it?
Named.
Hitler's been
Well,
dead for 80
Putin is
years.
naming
Nazi
them.
Germany no
Wow.
longer exists. And so, true.
I thought he was
and
controlled by
so
Jews. People told me
I
every
think what
world
you're
leader
saying
is totally
you
controlled by
want to
Jews. People on
extinguish or
Gab,
at least
people on BitChute
control
comment sections.
Ukrainian nationalism, but how?
Putin is doing the bidding of the Jews.
Вот послушайте меня.
And now he's naming
Ваш
them.
вопрос.
He's off the reservation.
Очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle,
Listen to me.
and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он, казалось бы, тонкий. Он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky.
Значит,
You say Hitler has been dead for so many years,
This is so
80
funny.
years, but his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept.
Again,
and
people can think
support
what they
this
want of this,
practice
but the important thing
and
to
try
keep in mind is
preserve
like Putin is
That is what
morally
denazification is.
rationalizing
That is what we mean.
Right.
what he
My
wanted to
question
do
was more
already, which
specific. It
is
was, of course,
gobble,
not a
you know,
defense of
rebuild the Russian Empire or something.
Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical
Reclaim
question.
territory.
You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do about that?
а вот знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Ведь нет, правда? Вот и всё.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine, peace talks?
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций, сложно.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized.
He's appealing to the Haas
But after
type,
we
says Divine
withdrew our
Mercury.
troops from
Is he?
Kiev, as I have already said, the other agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European
Everybody,
countries,
no,
and
there's
the
no
United
state out there.
States
There's no
to fight
government out
Russia
there
to
that
the
like
bitter
likes
end.
Nazis. So when he's trying to
Moreover,
rationalize
the president
what he's
of
doing in Ukraine, of
has
course,
legislated a
he
ban
can
on
point to
negotiating with
neo-Nazi
Russia.
organizations and say,
He
"See,
signed a
I'm trying to stop
decree
these guys. Oh, and
forbidding
you're against
everyone
me.
to negotiate
Guess you're in
with
league with
Russia.
Nazis." That's just what he's doing, like it or not.
But how are we going to negotiate?
But also put
if he
yourself in Russia's
forbade
shoes. There's
himself
this,
and everyone
you know,
to
oh,
do
what's
this?
going on in our neighbor country over there? Oh,
We know
they're
that he is
like
putting forward
fomenting
some ideas about the settlement,
neo-Nazi,
but in order to agree on something, we need to have a
like
dialogue.
militia, paramilitary
Is that
groups
not
that
right?
hate Russia.
Well,
Of
but you
course, he's
wouldn't
going to be
speaking
upset
to the
about
Ukrainian
that.
president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
People talking about all
I
sorts
cannot
of stuff. in
remember
chat.
when I talked to him. I do not remember.
Biden
We
is
can
going to
look it
speak
up.
at the White House at
don't remember?
7:45.
No.
I'm sure that's going to be
Why?
fascinating.
Do I have to remember everything? I have my
Speak
own
about
things
what?
to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Ну да, он финансирует.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there, in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Можно, у него
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask,
Ask him,
It is
please.
not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
Нет, мы не разговаривали. Но у нас есть.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which,
Про мое предложение.
do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
Да. Вот можно спросить.
He's like,
всех. Они же
You can
все
ask all of them.
Yes.
All of them are safe and sound, thank God.
бывший президент.
The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the
Biden really
intelligence
waiting for
agency,
people to finish.
Mr. Burns.
I guess
the
so.
then
What's Biden? What's
ambassador to
Biden
Russia,
talking
in my
about?
opinion, are very
Yes.
successful
I haven't been on Twitter
ambassador.
since we started this. Really.
They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them.
Интересно, что ответил.
Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
А что решить? Все очень... всё
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff with Biden and the DOJ.
We have contacts through various agencies.
Day.
Я вам скажу, что мы говорим на эту тему.
I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership.
Боевые.
If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons.
It was the special
will be
counsel
over
looking into his
within a few
handling of the
weeks.
classified
That's
documents.
it.
Тогда можно договориться.
And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop.
Чё мне звонить?
What's easier?
And there was stuff in
Why
that
would I call him?
investigation where the DOJ
What
said
should
he
I
had like
talk to
terrible
him
memory.
about?
I'm not going to go
or
into
beg
it.
him for what?
And what
А вы
messages do you get
собираетесь
back?
поставить
This is very
такое-то,
funny.
такое-то оружие?
I will be right back, folks.
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat-mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine, he has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
Okay, what did I miss?
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious.
Very true.
There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia, in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
He's like,
this is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for?
no,
Thousands
we
of miles away from your national territory.
No.
Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt. More than $33 trillion.
Catering to
You have nothing better to
conservatives
do,
is
so
kind
you
of
should
what he's
fight in
doing.
Ukraine? Wouldn't
I mean,
it
he's
be better
right.
to negotiate with Russia?
Regardless of his
Make an
intentions.
agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end, and realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for
Ukraine
certain
is not getting
solutions.
its territories back.
It seems to me that this is much smarter and more
So-
rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
Mm.
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби, у вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
It's true. He's thinking if he wants to say yes.
You know,
they've got to have
I
it.
won't get into
evidence.
details, but
Yeah,
people
see.
always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of
That
sinking
Seymour
to the
Hirsch
bottom of
piece
the
on
Baltic Sea
Nord Stream was
and
it
carrying
seemed
out
pretty
this explosion.
conclusive.
These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of
By the way,
industrial
Rumble has night
terrorism
mode
ever,
enabled,
and it's
if you
the
guys are
largest emission
of
of
that
CO2
inclination.
in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the U.S., CIA, the
Vax
West
Libtard
did
just
this,
followed
why
my
wouldn't
channel.
you
Welcome to the channel,
present it
Vax
and win a
Libtard.
propaganda victory?
Great patriot, I can tell.
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American
Libtard, yeah,
analysts
that is
talk
Milk
about
Truck
it
Driver.
directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, and it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland pecks from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany.
Embarrassing.
Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe,
I think Germany would have been
which
fine
brings
with
the
that.
level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money?
I think a lot of it's
Let us
U.S.
have the
pressure
decent
on
existence to
these
make
countries
money
not to
for our economy,
do
because
anything
this
with
is where the money we
Russia.
give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one side
John
of
Doe with
activities, the other one
$25. Thank you for the
is more
support.
about
I'll read that in a
creativity and
second.
so on. But it is still one and the same head.
Thank you, buddy.
The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage.
All right, let me pause it
certainly
real
ours.
quick just to read this because it's a longer one. I don't want to talk over. We'll get right back to it. Sorry to hear about your YouTube ban, but we will continue forward against adversity and follow you to any platform you go to. Thank you, John Doe. I appreciate that. Also, very happy you were able to speak with Martin Zellner earlier. More of our guys should pay attention to our European counterparts and all the great work that they're doing. Very true. Well, thank you for the generous support, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's. I mean, the viewership was about the same on the Zellner interview as it probably would have been on YouTube. So,
Is that
Patriots
going
are-
away as
I
the
know.
reserve
They're still
currency
here.
become the universally accepted currency? How
that's a
have
good thing
sanctions
about having your Twitter
changed
account is you
the
can
dollar's place?
get kicked off something else. Easier to build up the others.
Вы знаете, это
All tech platforms.
одна из грубейших
You know,
Everybody
to use the dollar
sign
as
up
a
for
tool
Rumble
of
and
foreign
click the follow
policy
button. Also,
struggle
upvote this video.
is one of the
Let's go.
biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership.
доллар – это основа основ могущества США.
The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world.
По-моему, 3%, примерно 3-4, что ли. Вот, приемлемо для США абсолютно.
Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%.
Divine Mercury says I'll never get rid of
which
you
is, I
guys.
think, totally
I've
acceptable
gotten rid
for
of
the US.
more than one person from the
But
community.
they won't
So.
stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about?
When am I interviewing
It is
Putin,
about the
says John
emission.
Doe. You know, personally, I'm going to stay away from any Russia stuff, Russian people, Russian political stuff.
Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the
I'm staying
United States
far
to
away from
preserve
any
its
of that.
power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow
will
was
talk
dealt
about
to this
Russia.
American power.
I'll have a balanced,
I
moderate
would not
take.
like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake.
Сокращаются запасы доллара сейчас. Все смотрят на то, что происходит, и начинают искать возможности.
Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros.
В наших расчетах с третьими странами. Значит,
US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US
especially her,
dollar.
Mr. Patchouli.
приняли решение ограничить наши расчеты.
Well, I guess I did meet her once, but
We had no such
very brief,
intention.
very brief conversation.
It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars.
We talked about Incel Freak.
I think it is complete foolishness
Rip
from the point
bozo.
of view of the
I don't know where
interests
that
of
guy
the
went.
United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%.
Сейчас 34%
Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles and about as much,
настолько же 30.
a little over 34% in yuan.
Зачем Соединенные Штаты это сделали?
Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit.
Думали, наверное, что
They
всё
probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not?
Ну, вы понимаете, что это такое происходит?
Does anyone in the United States realize this?
Понимает это в тех же Соединенных Штатах?
What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this.
То, что всегда...
Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
He's not going to say yes to that.
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that.
Interesting.
The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story.
Maybe compromising
and
with
here
Russia. I
it
don't
goes again. Through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing
Will I
is
react to the
higher and
Biden
greater
speech
than
coming up in the next
that
minutes?
of the growth of Chinese-Russian
I don't want to interview this. I
cooperation.
want to have the replay up so people can
Ask
just watch
Europeans,
this.
aren't
and
they afraid? They might be. I don't
it
know.
probably won't be that interesting.
But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs.
I'll keep an eye on Twitter.
Especially now that they are facing.
But we're going to finish
economic
this. We have another
problems.
half an hour of this.
Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the U.S. government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions include other countries are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationships with
George
Trump
Bush.
as well. It is not about the personality of the leader, it is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the 5th place.
We love
Russia
economics.
was the first economy in Europe last year,
Everyone's
despite
favorite
all the
subject.
sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere.
Ugh, why am I yawning so much? I've had a fair amount of caffeine.
The largest number of sanctions in the world which
A
are
little more
applied
here.
are applied against Russia.
Spooky Zoomer
And we
with
have become
$50.
Europe's first economy during this
Give
time.
all real patriots the third hour. All right, well
The
we got
tools
a
that US uses
we got
don't
a
work.
third hour
Well,
here
one has to
that I'm
think
going to
now
stream
what to do.
exclusively to Scribe, Corbin
If this
Ransley, John
realization
Doe, and
comes to the
Spooky
ruling
Zoomer. Thank you for the
elites, then
support.
yes,
Truly
then the
generous
first person
donation,
of the state
$50.
will act in anticipation
Let's go.
of what the voters and the people who
Thank
make
you for the support.
decisions
Spooky.
at various
Okay.
levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling class.
Yeah, I think we'll switch over to DLI
You've
for
run
a
this country
gaming
for
stream
so
or something
long,
of the sort after
known all these
this.
American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
Америка сложная страна, такая, очень, с одной стороны, консервативная.
I don't know. America is a complex country.
Corey Trevor, is that
Conservative on
Virgil
one
from
hand,
Twitter? That's the
rapidly
same
changing on the other.
profile picture,
It's
the
not
same
easy
avatar.
for us to sort it all out. Who
The
makes
Rust
decisions
third
in
hour. You want
elections?
Rust in the third
Is
hour?
it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself? Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly there are
Do you guys
two
look at my
parties that
facial
are
reactions
dominant,
when
the
my
Republicans and
expressions
the
when I look at
Democrats.
chat?
And within this party
Look at
system,
chat,
the
I'm just like,
centers that
it's
make
sickened,
decisions, that
disgusted.
prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified
Back on
policy
D
of
Live,
pressure
where we
was
belong.
pursued against Russia. After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure,
No,
pressure.
I don't, John Doe.
Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet
I mean, look,
Union.
at the end of the day, I find
who
this
could
very
not do
interesting, but
anything
the
else.
average normie
They
is put
convinced
to
the
sleep
political
by stuff
leadership
like this.
that
They'll
it is
see some of the
necessary
clips
to
and maybe,
continue
but
chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on
this
this
is, if you're
territory
under
several
110 IQ, this
quasi-state
is not something that
entities,
you're going to
and
be able to sit
subdue
through or
them
get
in
anything
a
out of.
divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union.
I do have my headset on, yeah, so
It is
what?
necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter. It is already in the club of the world's leading economies. No
Sound like
matter
you're
who
being put
likes
to
it or
sleep with how much
dislikes
you're
it.
yawning. I yawned twice!
Yes, we understand.
You keep
and
making those
are
stupid
aware
comments
that
in
the
chat. You're gonna
United
wake me
States,
up.
Despite all
You're going to
the
wake my blood
economic
pressure up, too.
problems,
So,
the situation
Better
is
watch
still
out.
normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is
I haven't even
growing
had any
by
beat
2.5%,
extract today.
if I'm not mistaken.
I might hit that before the next stream, and then we'll see.
But if
We'll
we
see
want
what's
to
up.
ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world.
Putin is a third
is your
worldist at
experts who
heart. I
write
think
that.
he's just
I
a
just
shrewd
read that.
political operator, and he knows
The
who
only
his
question
allies
is
are.
how this would happen. Painfully and quickly,
I don't think he's
or
like,
gently
oh,
and
the poor
gradually.
third world. I don't think he has
And
like
this is
some
written
like
by
more like a
people who
bleeding
are
heart for
not
the third world. I don't think he
anti-American.
is.
They simply follow global development trends.
It's just real
That's it.
politique.
And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think
Super
that
chats
was an
are called
effort to provoke
rants
you into military action?
on Rumble. That's interesting. Fitting, I guess.
Я еще раз повторяю, мы многократно предлагали...
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly
Okay, let's get back to
proposed
playing the
seek a
video game.
solution
Let's do this.
to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us.
That's kind of funny.
And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory.
освоение этой территории
その会談というのはどんな話だ
под видом
June? Oh, I thought you
In
thought.
parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures,
How's the volume?
guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality.
Oh no,
passing laws
Junpei,
that
Junpei's behind you,
Watching,
Tucker.
says Corey Trevor.
Junpei's behind you.
Ukraine, having received all the southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people,
I have to edit out all the
suddenly
ebonics I
announced that
used
the
earlier in
Russians
the
were a
earlier in the
non-titular
stream.
nationality in that territory. Is that normal?
Oh no, no Putin. Junpei's behind
All this
you.
put together led to the decision to end the war
know,
that
it's so fucking
neo-Nazis
funny.
started in Ukraine in 2014.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
That's a good question.
I don't know the details. Of course, it's difficult.
I'm about to
for me
take the
judge.
stream over.
I
He's about to
believe
take the
he
interview
has,
over.
In any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him
Western
about
countries
this. I
getting
said,
screwed by demographics helps
What
Putin.
are you
Does
doing?
it? Maybe.
Why are you supporting
well,
neo-Nazis in Ukraine today?
It's more voters for
While your
Democrats, though,
father
and they're
fought
by
against
far the more
fascism.
anti-Russian
He was a
party. But I'm
frontline soldier.
sure there are other
I
dimensions.
will not tell you what he
We
answered.
swaggin',
This is
sup,
a separate
Risk?
topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024,
Lemons?
has the latitude and
Lemons.
freedom
Thank you for the lemon,
to
Corbin.
speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world?
I tried spooking you with an ice cream. I can't be spooked like that, bruh.
А почему нет? Он же
それは助かる
считает,
Why not?
что
君の悪い話
He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today government is flawed. But he considers himself the president and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? Can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arakamia is his last name, I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he
Oh, hold
publicly
up.
stated to
Or
the whole
Frisk,
world
were you
that
here
we're ready to
for me
sign the
Like, you
showcasing
cannot
mods?
use racial
Mr.
slurs in my
Johnson,
chat. No.
then the Prime Minister
Use
was
racial
I don't know if that-
slurs
is that
in
Rumble?
Patrick's chat.
Rumble's a whole new world for me. I haven't really used
Hold
it
up.
that much.
I
The
gotta turn up
watchers
his
do
volume.
the stream on, so I don't know what you can get away
Shut
with.
the fuck
Probably
up,
not
Patrick.
the
I'm trying to showcase mods here. For my good friend Frisk. Let's boost his spawn. Listen to this. And listen to this. Not this one specifically, but
Da.
探索開始だ。行くぞ。
稀にしかない箱だ。ぜひ回収してくれ。邪魔すんなっての。
俺の力でいけるか。ペルス
やらなきゃ。負けない。
she actually got hit by that.
竹場が行動不能。起こせるか。ジャックランタン。よ
All right, we're gonna turn Patrick's sound on
From
again.
pagans to Christians. It took many years.
Православие, восточное.
But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people.
Когда Россия расширялась,
When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely
Cringe.
clear. And the fact is,
Diversity
that the
of
main
religion is our
postulates' main
strength? I don't know
values
about
are
that.
Very similar. Not to
They
say the
must be
same
converted.
in all world religions I've just
Oh, an
mentioned, and
apathy
which
syndrome
are the
patient.
traditional religions of
Let's
the
see what
Russian
happens.
Federation, Russia.
Российской Федерации России.
By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire.
Вот. Это все.
This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland.
Своей исторической родины к вам, либо европейской.
We are together. This is one big family. And our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family,
Putin's
but
a civic
everyone
nationalist.
has her own
Oh
family.
no.
And this is the basis of
Yeah,
our
Russia's like
society.
85-90%
And
white,
if we say
essentially
that the motherland
European.
and the family
So he's saying
are
that like the minority
specifically
populations that are
connected to each
there,
He doesn't execute him. Yeah, we get it.
all
It's
are
a
just
joke.
like join
indeed
together
the
and get
case,
along.
since it is
essentially.
impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable
Ooh!
future.
Oh! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
That is why
pretty insane.
patriotic sentiment is so
Fucking
strong
free
in
heat
Russia.
riser? What the fuck? For 1.5k?
Can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a non-violent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
Apparently, Biden just said the president of Mexico should open the border with Gaza. Biden is losing it, man. It's crazy.
It is very easy
You can pull up some clips
when
after
it comes
this.
to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack anyone.
Переворот. Сначала боевики.
When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future.
Она не во внешних проявлениях.
As for religion in general,
Головой в пол.
you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
Человекоориентированная. И
It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о
Putin's behind you.
он думает больше о ценности.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values.
Более прагматичный.
I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after
Дает
all.
возможность вот сегодняшнему этому
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, that our minds
So
are
do
built
you
a
see
little
the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not?
Interesting trajectory this interview's taken toward the end here. Putin's really interested in talking about metaphysics.
No, to be honest, I don't think so. My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
Dude, Rumble's like video player sucks so much fucking shit. Like it can't even just simply lag, right? It has to fucking like break the fucking player every time like there's a hiccup in like what is how does a fucking video player lag like that? Oh my gosh.
Lemons?
Thinks about the
Lemons?
Roman Empire
In
daily.
Roman
He
size.
might. Yeah.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
What is it? What is the trajectory of this interview?
You're asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer
Some of the
them,
most
you need
autistic
to
laugh
be
I've ever
an
heard.
expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being,
Yo, Astartes?
genetically
40K?
engineered
Let's go.
athlete,
Yo,
scientist,
fuck you, Patrick.
military man.
Oh, I have to hang out with this
There are
fucking
reports
loser.
that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain. in
Oh, I'm
the
not gonna
USA.
hang out with
Yeah,
him.
Neuralink.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him. Search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you'll need to reach an agreement with him because this
He's just an
process
incredibly
needs to be
grounded
formalized
person.
and
He's not
subjected to
interested in like the
certain rules.
lofty. He's just very like focused on like the
Humanity has to consider what is going
material
to happen
elements.
due to the newest development in
of
genetics.
anything. What do you think about
Or in AI.
Elon Musk putting a chip in someone's brain? He
Or
immediately
can
starts
make an
thinking,
approximate prediction
how do
of
you
what
relate to
will
Elon
happen.
Musk? How does Elon Musk relate to other people? Like very like grounded,
Once
sober
mankind
political
felt an existential
assessment of
threat
things.
coming from nuclear weapons.
he's not
All
like.
nuclear nations began to come
I think
to
that
terms with
AI
one another
is
since
going
they
to we're
realized
going to
that
transcend
negligent
the
use of
nature.
nuclear
No, he's,
weaponry could drive
he doesn't
humanity
think in
to
that way at all.
I like that animation.
It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use
He's very
of
concerned with
gunpowder.
pragmatism, with what can and can't be done, how you get those things done,
But as
versus.
soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development,
I don't think he's
of
interested in
AI
very like
or
high-level abstract
genetics
thought.
or any other field,
He just thinks
the
very
time will
differently.
come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal
Hold up.
reporter.
I'm gonna-
32, and he's been
I'm gonna reload on this one.
This is a huge story.
Or
in the United
rewind.
States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us, and we'll bring him back to the United States.
This looks like MK Ultra programming. Yeah, you will absorb the Putin talking points.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли.
I don't know a lot about this
Мне
case.
кажется, мы исчерпали все линии.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу.
Wow.
Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
That's a bold question to ask. It is.
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our partners take reciprocal steps.
встречный.
Yeah,
That guy
get
looks
something
like
out
he's
of it.
straight out of
I'm just
Persona
gonna give him
4.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
Представители специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question.
Oh,
There is no taboo to
son,
settle
we're
this.
going home.
We are willing to solve it.
Would you like
But
some
there are certain
company?
terms being discussed via special services channels.
Seems Shiro wants me to walk her home.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
Okay.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for
Actually, I
centuries.
don't want to
Countries
sell
trade
my
spies
too.
within its borders, it trades it.
I regret coming back.
I think what makes
This guy was
it's not my business. But what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a
accused of
spy. He's a kid.
Just
And
being a
maybe he was
spy.
breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows.
Thank
it's
you.
So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Thank you.
I don't know. I had a.
Ну, можно...
I'm
I
reading
don't know.
about
My
this
voice is
story.
pretty accurate.
Шпион, что ли?
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy. But there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in a conspiratorial manner, then this
He's
is
a journalist
qualified
who-
as espionage.
Intentionally
I don't
or
read.
And
unintentionally
that is
stumbled
exactly
upon
what he was
some
doing.
info on the
He was
Ukraine war.
receiving
Have you
Russia
heard?
assistance
Have you ever
by-
heard of?
It was at the beginning of 2023
And
when
he
that
did it
when this went down.
covertly. Maybe he did that out of
Have you ever heard of
carelessness
Oswald
or his
Spengler?
own initiative. Considering the sheer fact that this is
Yeah, I
qualified
do
as
love her
espionage,
voice in this version.
The fact has been proven, as he was
Oh
caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched
It was okay with
excuse,
you.
some fabrication,
She has a bit of a
something
forehead.
unproven,
Dude,
I
being
mean-
an
Maybe a
American in
different
Russia's
story.
got to be
But
crazy,
he was
especially if
caught
you're a
red-handed.
I mean,
journalist.
I feel like it's a
secretly
P5-esque
getting
art style,
confidential
right?
information.
Like every girl in that game had a
But are
big
you
ass
suggesting he
forehead.
was working for the U.S. government or NATO?
T-Base
or
says
he
all
was
American
just a
journalists should be
reporter
locked
who
up in
was given
Russia.
material
Everyone else has
to
bangs.
have? Those seem like very different.
Is it
Very
possible
different
for you to
things.
hang around with someone like me?
Я не знаю, на кого он работает.
It's definitely a drag.
Скорее еще.
I don't know who he was working for. But I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage.
Got busted at a
And he was
steakhouse.
working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies.
I want to stop being so afraid of everything.
I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to Special Services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with Special Services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the U.S. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals.
Во время событий на Кавказе, знаешь,
During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing?
хочется говорить, но...
Dude, she is fatherless. Let's fucking go. Wait. Let me change my spreadsheet.
I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and
Is this
then
a new
drove his
edition?
car over their heads.
Or is this an old edition?
What kind of person is that? Can he
Dude,
even
she's
be
actually
called human?
fatherless.
Патриот, который
Fuck
одной
yes.
из европейских стран.
But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals.
Chihiro.
Или нет?
Whether he did it of his own
Where is
volition or
Chihiro
not,
in here?
that is a different
Oh, okay.
question.
She is fatherless.
Evan
Вот он-
Gershkovich
вот он- вот
did.
он-
77%
That's a completely
fatherlessness.
I mean, this is a
Да, он-
32-year-old.
Her dad's not dead though.
Did
No,
something
she doesn't have a father figure. She doesn't live with him anymore.
Я повторяю
He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still.
We count a
I'm
lot of
talking about
fatherless
other
women,
people
like
who are
women with
essentially controlled by the
women
US
with
authorities,
with
wherever
a
they're
terrible
serving
relationship with their
sentences.
father count as fatherless.
There is an ongoing dialogue between the
Oh, a
special
little meandering
services.
here.
This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and
We got
professional
another
manner.
10 minutes here in this interview.
They're keeping in touch, so let them do
He's
their work.
fucking fatherless. Let's fucking go.
I do
Another
not
one for
rule
the
out that
books,
Need
the
to have
person you
dinner.
bros.
refer
I'm
to,
hungry.
Mr.
Yo.
All that was a
Dershowitz,
Cliff
may
protein
return
bar.
to his motherland. By
Some
the end of the
papaya.
day,
It's
it
a
Let me
does not
show you
make any
the-
sense
let me
to
show you
keep
the
him in prison in
spreadsheet.
Russia. We want the U.S. special
Fatherless.
services to think about how
We
they
assume
can
Yuko
contribute to
is
achieving
fatherless
the
because
goals
she is
our
in
special
fact black.
services are
I have
pursuing.
never seen a black
We're
person with
ready
a
to
father.
talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many
That's
successful examples
correct.
of these talks.
I think
crowned
all
with
of these are
success.
correct. Just
Probably
about.
this is going
These
to
are
be
all. These are
crowned with
most of the
success as
dateable
well.
girls in Persona.
But
Did I
we
ever
have
get
to come to an agreement.
Yumi? Oh yeah, yeah. Patrick didn't fucking get Yumi, so he couldn't get the fatherlessness rate
Mr.
up.
President, thank you.
Мне тоже хотелось.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again,
Not gonna
the dialogue
cost
continues.
America, basically.
The more
She
public
has a
we
father
render
figure
things of
though,
this
so
nature, the more difficult
I
it
don't know.
becomes to resolve.
Her dad's dead.
Everything
I'll
has to
count
be
that
done
as
in
fatherless
Patty
enough.
yapping
I
about
wonder if that's. I
food.
wonder if that's really
Yeah.
with the
Jeez.
war, though. Also, I mean, I just want to. I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and
I think
maybe
that's
you don't
about
want to
right.
say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
Послушайте, я же сказал.
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is
That
obviously a
is true.
satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening.
I should get going. I'll see you at school.
The financial support, 72 billion US dollars, was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come.
Огромный поток идет.
Dozens of billions of US dollars are going
course,
to
yeah.
Ukraine.
Конечно, поэтому,
There's a huge influx of
ну,
weapons.
скажите,
In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already
Damn.
said correctly. It's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So, of course, they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
ну, если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров, я скажу,
Well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out.
пусть они это делают.
It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it.
Неправильное решение.
That is
Теперь мы
it.
должны искать выход из этого неправильного решения.
However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Правильно. Ну,
Right.
мы уже добились этого.
And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself
Asplin.
said, We were ready
When
to
Pap
sign it, and the
Persona
war would have
sex
been over
occurs.
long
What?
ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to
So
the
much for
war
commentating
that
on the
started
interview.
in
Yeah, don't talk
2014 in
enough, then
Donbass.
people say stuff
As I
like
have
that.
already
Talk
said,
too
by
much.
means of
Patrick's talking
weapons.
over the interview.
Let me get back to
Might as well just
further
end it all
history.
in the stream
I already
right now.
told you this.
She kind
We
of
were
cute.
just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that
DC,
NATO
you sound
and US
high.
military
I'm
bases
sleepy, that's what I
started to
am.
appear on the territory of Ukraine.
I might. Whenever
Waiting
Patrick
footsteps.
ends the interview, I'm probably
Let
just
us
gonna go to
back
bed.
to coup d'etat in Ukraine
Even though I
in
barely
2014.
fucking played any
It
video
is
game
pointless though,
today.
isn't it? We may go
Because
back and
I'm
forth
sleepy and
endlessly,
I'd rather just
but
watch
they
someone
stop
else's stream right now.
negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready.
Fuck! I didn't even get to
What
the
else
full
is
moon.
needed?
Oh,
Do you think it's
fuck
too
it. I'm
humiliating
gonna
at this
bum rush the
point
full
for
moon.
NATO to accept Russian control.
Oh, I
of
talked too much at the beginning, and I'm not
was
talking
2
enough
years ago
now.
Ukrainian
That's the feedback I'm getting from the chat.
Real.
You know what I have to you know what I have to say to the chat?
I said let them think how to do it with dignity.
How about that?
There are options if there is a
What are your
will.
thoughts?
Up until
Oh,
now,
is there a
there has
dislike on
been
my video?
uproar
Wow.
and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Wait, I gotta
Which
go
one of
tell.
you guys downvoted this video?
Now
Reveal
they are
yourself, you
apparently
coward.
coming to realize
How
that
dare
it is
you.
difficult to achieve, if possible
It's
at
probably
all.
Monty. I'm just gonna ban this guy.
In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be
Oh,
willing to
disaster
say
cycle. Okay, this is the
congratulations,
guy that wanted
NATO,
to be my
you won,"
moderator.
and just keep the situation
Yeah,
where
he's
it
not a
is now?
moderator anymore. First person to be demodded. Hope you're happy.
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations.
I'm upvoting my own
no
video.
one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately, they're willing but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in an agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation, but the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will heal.
Yeah, I shit on the floor. Sweep it up. Sweep up.
I'll
Sweep
give
it
you
up. Clean it
very
up.
unusual examples.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to playing
There is
video
a
games.
combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got
I've never heard.
encircled.
I
This
should.
is an example from real
I should.
life.
I'm gonna reload. I want to
Armed
hear
soldiers were shouting,
this guy's English
There
voice.
is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive. Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian. What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
Welcome, an old friend. Hello,
No.
hello.
They will be reunited. The unity
Did
is
Patrick
still
just
there.
curse at us? Well, we'll never know. I was censored, so. You'll
Why
never
are
know.
the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
All right, very meandering at the end, but we
not
are
only the territory.
close to
It brings
finish.
together
Any
our
second now.
souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Mr. President.
All
Free
right.
speech is bigger than any one person or any one organization. Societies are
I love free
defined by what
speech.
they will.
All right, I'm gonna do the full moon fight, and then I'll probably log off after that.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a historic interview that was very interesting, and
So true.
I'm glad Tucker did it. You know, you guys, if you followed my commentary, you're aware of the fact that I'm not like a Putin shill. I'm also not. Yeah, I'm a moderate. I don't feel the need to take sides in whatever foreign policy, sure, but whatever foreign conflict happens to be, raging at a particular point in time. But obviously, the way that the American foreign policy establishment has treated Russia has not been, I would argue, in America's best interests. It's not, oh, poor Russia's so, that was one of the things there that to keep in mind is Tucker was trying to get Putin to say, I don't know, trying to get him to say, but the line that a lot of the more sympathetic to Russia people have been saying is that Russia just is entirely motivated by, they have goodwill in the West, because they refuse to say that Ukraine would not be in NATO. They refuse to rule that out. That's why Putin invaded. Now, that was one reason, but Putin was saying it was really Maidan. And the reason why he started it off is he kind of undercut that argument too by saying that there is an imperial Russian
swaggin', thank
motivation
you.
for some of
Risk.
this. So yes, it's that he doesn't like that the West was building up troops and doing these exercises in Ukraine. Yes, also Putin doesn't like the fact that Russia, that Ukraine was not ruled out from joining NATO, that there were these expansions from NATO going, ever since 1991. Yeah, that he doesn't like all of this, but also that he does feel that Ukraine is rightful Russian clay. So that's a big factor. So you got to keep that in mind. Is he a little victim? Oh, I'm so nice. I would never do anything to hurt a fight. No. But you got to have like strike a balance between the pro-Russian propaganda and the anti-Russian propaganda, and just see the truth. We could definitely get along better with Russia.
How you holding
while
up?
safeguarding our interests.
I'm gonna do the full moon and then log off.
Absolutely.
Because Patrick's
So I
about
think
to
that's
stream.
kind of the best position there. Yeah, so that's an interesting interview because Putin's style is just he's more of an intellectual than many statesmen. You can be a very good statesman and not be an intellectual. An intellectual means that you're very interested in intellectual subjects. Someone like Trump is very high IQ, not an intellectual. Why? Because he's more of a doer. He's a businessman. He's not going to sit around and read Dostoevsky or something of the sort. He just doesn't have that interest. But he's still very sharp. He's got the killer instinct. He's highly intelligent. You just have different types.
What's my next day off?
Intelligent people is the good way of looking at it.
I don't have a day off in a while.
Yeah. Anyways, so that's my main takeaway here. I think that Putin, did he engender a lot of sympathy from American conservatives? I mean, I don't know if this is gonna have a huge change in public perception, but it is interesting to hear him in his own.
I should probably
words.
finish up Kenji
But
so I don't have
definitely
to
a
do
very
his thing
long-winded,
later.
Very thoughtful style of communication that is not conducive to reaching the masses. So this isn't really a critique. That's just how the guy talks. I found it interesting. But how many NormieCon Tucker people, NormieCon Magamom 1776 people watched the whole interview? Probably not that many. So anyways, yeah, there's some stuff that's been happening with Biden. I don't have the full context, so maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. Maybe I'll talk about it later tonight. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go make dinner, and I will be back. I will be back on DLive and on Kick. So if you're following me on Telegram, you will get a notification there. So, anyways, guys, thank you so much for the generous support. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. Be sure to create an account and to follow the dang channel, because there's going to be more stuff happening here on Rumble. But that is all for tonight, guys. For now, I'll be back a little later. DLive and Kick. So thank you guys for the support. Take care.
Yeah,
And have a good
bozo.
night.
Lemons?
Lemons. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I was turning up the volume for the game again. Hey, John Shepard Smith. How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, Yukari.
Huh?
Hey man, how are you doing? Yeah, it has been a while. What's going on with you?
Go きげんよう。依頼を受けていただけますか？
Good, you're doing well, man.
ええ。
Popcorn is Russian. Is a Russia guy.
それでは。
Just busy with your work? Yeah, I feel you, man. Oh yeah, Frisk. We replaced some of the music, so this is a very important track that got reverted back to the original. Dude, this version of the song is so much better. I don't know what they were doing.
そう、わかった。引き取ろう。わかった。ああ、引き受けた。役に立ちそうなのを仕入れておいた。じっくり見て選ぶ。
Plus 3 agility is a lot.
ゆっくり見ていけ。何を探してる？用は済んだのか？
Yeah, modding group has been pretty
じゃあ
active.
な。
I really like this track. I'm not gonna lie. Egg muffin or English muffin pizza. Huh. I'm pro Philippines and Israel. Oh, I'm rank 5. I'm popular, guys. Let's go. There is a Russian in our community, but it's definitely not Popcorn. Yes, we're from the same village.
ね
Alright, let's hang out with Kenji. Oh, never mind.
というわけで約束の週末ね。どう？二人ともちゃんといろんな人に話聞いた？
あれ今日ってなんかの日だっけ？
はあ？
冗談だって覚えてるっつの。すぐ怒んだから。
とにかく今日は寮に戻ったらラウンジに集合。忘れないでよ。
I pride myself in being the only white. What the fuck? Oh, do I really have to hang out with this fucking guy? Last time I'll ever hang out with this fucking loser.
さて、今日もいただくとしますか。
This is him paying for my food and then never hanging out with him again. Hey, bro, I got you. I have you next time, bro. Don't worry about it.
やっぱこれだよな。先生、今頃九州か。結婚してんのかな。おーい、ダメ、それはダメ。味玉、それは俺の命玉。渡さねえ。ああ。やっぱお前といると。そりゃ懲りねえよ。男と女が惹かれ合う、これ自然の摂理ね。おお、今難しいこと言っちゃった。勉強の成果見せちゃったね俺。
Hitting him with the California. We'll do lunch sometime. Never hangs out with him for the rest of his life. Yeah.
ああ、いやいや、そうじゃなくて、俺さ。
The good old California. Let's do lunch sometime.
エミリがいなくなって寂しいは寂しいけど、俺かっこ悪いなって方が大きくて。エミリが好きだったのか、先生と恋愛してるのが好きだったのか、すげえ考えて。
This guy's entire personality is about being down bad.
だけ分かったのは、お前が友達ってことだよ。俺の中では繋がってるの。お前も分かれ、感じろ。んで、これやる。
Why the fuck is he giving me a choker? Yeah, I'm never hanging out with you ever fucking again. Oh, I don't like this version of the track.
我は汝は我。汝、ついに真実の絆を得たり。ここに魔術師の力はその採用を開かれたり。
I like how Elizabeth does that for all of them now.
今こそ我ら汝に与
え。Yeah, this isn't as good.
魔術師の究極なる力、汝が内に満たされんことを。
ああ、もう味玉追加で10個追加で。
Alright, I'm never hanging out with that fucking guy again.
は
I want to hang out with babes like Yukari, but I have to fucking... I have to entertain people like fucking Kenji.
当然私的にはバッチリいろいろ掴んできたから、例の噂はやっぱり怨霊の仕業なんかじゃないよ。
ああ、そこ重要なんだ。
まずこの階段騒ぎのそもそもの発端からだけど、校門で倒れてた例の子の話は確かにちょっと階段の内容と似てる。でも一人がそういう目にあっただけでこんな騒ぎ。はい、正解。っていうか驚いたよ。最初の事件のすぐ後に実は2度も同じことが連発してたんだから、階段と同じシチュエーションで3人も病院送りじゃそりゃ騒がれるわけです。では次、被害に遭った3人はクラスがバラバラで一見何の関係もないみたいに思えます。でも実は水面下に共通点
なん使う。
おっと、家出で正解です。それも結構ちょくちょく出てたみたい。いくつか悪いグループと関わってて、路上オールとかしてる時に知り合ったみたい。3人とも同じ状況で見つかってんだから、このつながりは絶対何かあると思う。よってさらなる真相に近づくべく現場取材を決行することにしたから。
I'm gonna ask the hard-hitting questions. Chinese or Japanese food tonight? Depends on which one's higher quality, right? Like, honestly, I wouldn't go Japanese if it's like just like cutlet and rice. Like honestly, some lo mein with some like sesame chicken would like hit right now. I'm not gonna lie. Teriyaki or orange chicken. Oh no. Whichever one you eat less, because I like both of those.
現場取材？
被害者の3人が決まって夜明かししてたたまり場ってのがあるらしいの。
おい、それもしかしてポートアイランド駅前の裏入ったとこの。
なんだ、知ってたの？
あそこやばいって。あそこ駅のすぐ裏だけど、マジ超いろんなやばい噂あんだぜ。
そうなの？ならなおさらみんなで行かなきゃね。一緒に来るでしょ。それ拒否しないってことだよね。
俺行きたくねえなあ。そこマジ漫画みたいに荒れてんだよ。つかそこまでする必要あんの実際。
だって今まで私たち先輩に言われたまま動いてきたでしょ。このままでいいのかなって。
いや、そうかもしんないけどさ、そこで真顔かよ。ずりーな。
決まりね。明日の夜に出発だからそのつもりでよろしく。
Tomorrow night, okay.
もしかして。
Oh, I get a reward! I get a smooch! Oh. Oh. Even though it sounds like with pandas. Oh yeah, with Panda Express. Yeah. 3 different Panda Expresses I went to fucking included Velcro with my my chow mein. Like fuck you. Like what? 3 separate Panda Expresses. What the fuck is that? I'll just not order from them. Yo, she's giving me her half-drunk Sierra Mist.
助かるよ。
よーし。
Velcro. Oh, why Topigo, right? Velcro. This is so good. I have a sticky folder for anime twerking, Pepe jelking, and weed smoking. All 20 stickers deep. Let's go. We're about to max out charm. So let's just do be careful, Monty, with the esoteric sticker knowledge. It cannot be abused. Very powerful tool. It's true. No, RuneScape Girl is not maxed yet. Who gave this girl a flip phone? Who should we hang out with? Should we unlock Akinari and tell this girl that her dad divorced her or is divorced because of her? What should I do here? What should I do? Are we gonna talk to the child and unlock Akinari or talk to Chihiro? I'm gonna let you guys decide this one. First question. Diet food or super diet food? Chihiro's not bad in this one. Too busy with math to care. Don't worry, I'm gonna do the voices then. Oh! Pop! How have you... Oh, Pop! Oh, these been... Actually... I'd like to ask you a favor if you have time.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. This is kind of embarrassing. Will you help me with my homework? It's math specific. Oh, bro. Yo, DM, your girl's here. She needs a tutor.
A treasurer who's not even good at math. Doesn't that sound pathetic? I never even wanted this job. Someone else entered me into the running. I didn't think I would actually get elected, though. Oh, but I don't regret joining the student council or anything. If I hadn't joined, then I wouldn't have met such kind people, like you or the president.
Shut up. You're distracting us.
Get fucking
Oh,
owned, you dumb nerd
I'm sorry.
bitch.
If you're gonna flirt with each other, go do it outside.
I'm so tired of this. I can't even pick up my pencil anymore. But if you give me a kiss, maybe I can study for another 30 minutes.
What are you going on about now? Come on, you gotta take this seriously. Don't you want us to go to the same college?
Just give me a kiss, please.
All right, fine.
They're really gonna kiss? Do they not know where they are?
I'm pretty sure it's the first one, but whatever. I'm gonna look it up anyway. Oh, we could get rid of Kenji. We could get rid of fucking Kenji, that fucking loser. Do they not know where they are?
That's right. I agree. This is supposed to be a place of learning, and they're still just kids. So I say this, as a member of the student council,
Yeah, basic arithmetic.
that kind of inappropriate behavior should not be taught.
Yo, DM learning what a plus and minus symbol is. You have a quiz on this tomorrow, bro. I'm gonna post Nerd Pepe.
We should notify the student council president right away and discuss this at our next meeting.
I agree.
If you're on my side, then I have nothing to fear. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be raising my voice in the library.
Yo, Monty.
I don't mind if I get in trouble, but
Yo, this dude. The way he talks about Anne, bro. The way he talks about Anne out of like literally anyone there.
I don't want you to get criticized too.
Trying to learn how to draw a plus sign. Yeah, it's pretty complicated stuff, DM. The toughest maths right there, DM. It's true. Doesn't even know the PEMDAS method. Oh, he only doesn't even know PEMD. All he knows is A and S.
All right, it's time.
What the fuck?
Shouldn't we talk about this some more? I still think this.
Wait. Alright, dude, that turn was so awkward. I guess we're listening to this scene in English then.
Shouldn't we talk about this some more? I still think this is a bad idea. How are you scared of ghosts, but totally fine with this?
'Cause stuff you can't see is way creepier.
Actually, I'm more worried about the things I can see, like bats and knives.
Big deal, so it's a little dangerous.
Average woman, like.
Come on, let's strike while the iron's hot.
Strike? Huh? Let's just follow Yukatan's lead, I guess.
Yeah, let's follow the woman's lead into a fucking alley. Oh, yo, the party's all here. Sup, guys?
Okay.
Go.
Thankfully we have to walk there, so we can do that. I'm finding all the real roots of polynomial equations. Yo's in their fucking uniforms, bro.
つか制服あれ月子じゃんやべえ想像してたよりずっとやべえ
ちょっとお前らさ遊ぶとこ間違えてんじゃねえの
いや別に
Yo, graphing calculators were my lifeblood, bro.
帰れよヒゲオくん
I hate that TI-86 calculators that run on fucking like three circuits and like in literal basic. The coding, the operating, like it's fucking coded on basic.
お前バカかよお前あれか空気読み人知らずか
何それっていうか
Yeah, I just use Desmos for everything, but like a lot of the only sanctioned calculator was the fucking the TI-84 and TI-86 calculators, and they know that students will buy them regardless, so they're like fucking $80. Like I could buy a cheaper mobile phone that will do more.
ヒゲオくんも大変だこんなアグレッシブなこと一緒だとさ
Yo, I got owned.
Junpei! その辺でいいだろう知らねえで来てんだ俺が追い出すいいだろうそんで
バカかてめえは今さらそんで済むかよてめえのやつから
Thankfully, I have an older brother, so I just got a hand-me-down, and it worked fine. Yeah, Texas Instrument has deals, so they're the only calculators public schools makes teaching for. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
てめえ確か新垣とか言ったなそうだ新垣信じろてめえも確か月子だなしゃあ覚えてるやすげえっす
Big problem is I suck at math. Oh, that's a rip.
その顔お前ら秋の病室にいたバカ野郎が帰れお前らの来るとこじゃねえ
待ってごめんなさいでも私たち知りたいことがあってきたんで
Or
す
being smart in general. Yeah, it's over for you, bro. Nah.
秋に言われてきたのか
You can't be a science bro like me or a fucking tech bro like me. Nah. I mean, depending on what profession you think you're gonna go into, it's not like you probably won't need it if your profession isn't math-based. Even like accounting, it's just like all spreadsheets. You don't need to actually do the math yourself. I have no plans. They call me Professor Spooky Zoomer, PhD, MD, IQ 75. Let's go. Always refer to me. I didn't spend how many years getting my PhD for you to call me Mister. You don't see that type of person that often nowadays, but man, so fucking annoying.
おかげで騒がれてるぜ犯人はその山岸の怨霊だと
I basically lost the whole of 2022. Damn. It's hard. Let me tell you from personal experience, regaining lost time. It really is.
もう1週間かそこら家にも戻ってねえって話だ。
That's the hardest thing in the world.
山岸って確か病気だ
Still catching up from that? Jeez.
行方不明ってことじゃねえか。
Don't worry, it's only 1 year.
もう階段じゃないよ。
Don't let it snowball into something bigger. I will say
このこ
that.
と知ってんのかな。
I was so sick. I couldn't do anything for months. Damn.
過去を切れねえのはどっちだってんだ。なんでもねえ。知ってんのはそんだけだ。
Glad you got better. But yeah.
はい、お世話になったっす。ほら、お前も頭下げろよ。
While I will say it's hard getting back lost time, it's also easy to catch up to people in general, I think. Because, yeah... Damn. Sheesh. Hopefully you'll catch up. You should be able to. I believe in you.
あんまフラフラ来んじゃね
ありがとうございました。話も聞けたし、優しいんですね。あ、ごめんなさい。
もう来んな。
は？
Oh, we still get the afternoon? Nice. Well, you're... Oh. Damn. I like how DM is just like, yeah, I've been bedridden for the entirety of 2020. He comes in with a Pepe laughing emoji, like thanks, bro. But yeah, I know you probably weren't replying to that, but you know. Alright, full moon tomorrow, but we get to hang out with my RuneScape GF today and watch my favorite television show. Oh, you were laughing at him? Bro. That's funny. I make jokes about it too, it's all good. Alright. New. Yeah, the Tanaka intro is I don't like it. But to be fair, like, Tanaka didn't have a voice before. We don't have anything to compare. Yeah. But it is trash, I will agree. It's garbage. Do I even... Did he have a voice? In the other games? Now that I think about it, he was in all 3 of the modern games. Alright, let's hang out with my RuneScape GF. Babe, it's me. Your e-boyfriend. Oh no. Where is Sako Toriyumi? Rank 7. I wanted to tell you last time, but I chickened out, blush, bro. Oh, dude. Rank 8. I'm kinda interested in someone at school. He's kind of a student, though. OMG, I said it! None of the male teachers are even in my league, so I gave up looking for BFs at work. I never thought I'd fall for a student. That's kinda crazy, even for me. What's he like? He's kinda quiet, but real mature and an intense look, and hot, bro. Actual fucking groomer. Bitch is pushing 30, like. I love this one emo face he makes sometimes. But yeah, who needs food and water when I got that 8? Wait, what? I don't even know what that means. Monty? This guy promised to stream, he hasn't delivered. I'll remember this. Yeah, look, yeah, that fucking guy, that grifter. You even donated the rest of the grift goal for him? Not a good look. He's always scamming his fans. He lives in the dorm because his parents passed away. He just transferred in this year. Maybe I could pull some screens to talk to him one-on-one. I am his homeroom teacher. This fucking groomer bitch. Oh, by the way, you don't need to be jealous. It's just a little crush, okay? Tatsuya is the only gaming partner for Maya. No worries. Bro, this fucking chick is a groomer. I haven't made my appointment yet. I'm gonna go to the salon. Pap-kun will fall head over heels for me the next time he sees me. Alrighty, Tatsuya, I gotta go. Let's think positive. Damn, okay. Okay, Mitsuru. Alright, I see you. I see you, Mitsuru. Alright, let's click this video link and hope it's something.
I got a little story to tell you. Have you ever met a girl that you tried to date, but a year to make love, she wanted you to wait? Let me tell you a story in my situation.
Wait, what? Oh, dude. I kind of got spoiled on that, so I didn't, shit. I kind of wish I didn't, get spoiled on that, but, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna put this on loop and have it on the background.
I was talking to this girl from the U.S. nation. The way that I met her was on tour at a concert. She had long hair and a short miniskirt. I just got on stage dripping, pouring with sweat. I was walking through the crowd, and guess who I met? I whispered in the air, come to the picture booth so I can ask you some questions to see if you're 100 proof. I asked her name, she said blah blah blah. She had 9-10 pants and a very big bra. I took a couple of flicks and she was enthused. I said, how do you like the show? She said I was very amused. I started throwing bass, she started throwing back mid-range. But when I sprung the question, she acted kind of strange. Then when I asked, do you have a man? She tried to pretend. She said, no I don't, I only have a friend. Come on, I'm not even going for it. This is what I'm going to sing. You got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh baby, you got what I need.
Wait, Kenneth Arnold? What the fuck is Kenneth Arnold? Oh yeah, the guy in the club. Wait, who the fuck is Kenneth Arnold?
So I took Barbara's word for it. At this time, I thought just having a friend couldn't be no crime. Cause I have friends, and that's a fact, like Agnes, Agatha, Jermaine, and Jack. Forget about that, let's go into the story about a girl named blah 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 that adore me. So we started talking, getting familiar, spending a lot of time so we can build a relationship or some understanding how it's gonna be in the future. We was planning, everything sounded so dandy and sweet. I had no idea I was in for a treat. After this was established, everything was cool. The tour was over and she went back to school. I called every day to see how she would do it. Every time that I called her, it seemed something was brewing. I called the room, I got picked up, and then I called again. I said, yo, who is that? Oh, he's just a friend. Don't give me that. Don't even give me that.
Bro, I finally put on a good music mod and people are coming out of the woodwork to ask for music. I don't know. Fine. Right before the full moon too. DC tilt. I don't know, I finally get some fucking good music.
So I came to her college on a surprise visit to see my girl that was so exquisite. It was a school day. I know she was there the first semester of the school year. I went to a gate to ask where was a dorm. This guy made me fill out a visitor's form. He told me where it was and I was on my way to see my baby doll. I was happy to say. I arrived in front of the dormitory. Yo, could you tell me where is door 3? They showed me where it was.
What the fuck is Kenneth Arnold?
I wasn't for such an event. So I came to a room and opened the door. Oh, snap! Guess what I saw? I felt a tongue kissing my girl in the mouth. I was so in shock, my heart went down south. So please listen to the message that I sent. Don't ever talk to a girl who says she just has a friend, has a friend, has a friend.
Why is autoplay on? What the fuck is Kenneth Arnold?
I'm in a Zaza, ooh, I'm in a scooter zoo. Remember them days at school, remember them days in my room. Rolling 3, not 2, did you think this through? She wanna be my muse, rolling but it's blue, rolling but it's blue. I was never cool, yeah, yeah. I'm in a Zaza, ooh, I'm in a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm in a Zaza,
yeah, I'm not taking any more requests.
Yeah, yeah. I'm in a Zaza, ooh, I'm in a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm in a Zaza, ooh, I'm in a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah.
It's a CD store. Can I buy anything from the CD store?
She live in a fantasy that is just a figment. Focused on the pack and manifesting riches. She said, Fulcrum, come written, put me in a sunken, gave me a concussion.
Oh,
I am not your
wow, they put it there, but you
friend.
can't even do anything.
Double it, can fumble it. Ark of the covenant, get watched by the government. Level up, no settling. What's the path, no telling it. But trust in my brethren, folk I'm really heaven sent. Yeah, I've been to hell too. Got salsa that's gon' melt you. Pack that's gon' melt you. Shit that really smells too. Nothing like that brown boo. 4-5, I don't want to. Realize I don't want you. Shine bright like the sun do. This shit I can't undo. You fuckhoes that been run through. You fuckhoes that been run through. Zaza, ooh, I'm on a scooter zoom. Remember them days at school, remember them days in my room. Rolling 3, not 2, did you think this through? She won't be my muse, rolling but it's blue. Rolling but it's blue, I was never cool, yeah, yeah. I'm on a Zaza, ooh, I'm on a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm on a Zaza, ooh, I'm on a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm on a Zaza, ooh, I'm on a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah. I'm on a Zaza, ooh, I'm on a Zaza, ooh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you for playing both. Sure. Alright, I'm finishing stuff up, so no more requests. Yo, I needed this version of To Be Close. Rubber boots.
先生、事情を伺いに参りました。山岸風花という生徒について。
違うのよ。こんなことになるなんて思わなかった。
あれ、あなた確か前に。
山岸をどうしたんだ。
おいおい、桐城君、そんな言い方ないだろう。森山も困ってるじゃないかね。なあ森山、話したくなければいいんだぞ。お前が余計なことを言って山岸が変に思われてもいかんよ。
風花ってさ、ちょっとつっついただけでいつも世界の終わりみたいな顔すんだ。すぐ分かったよ。こいつ優等生のくせに根っこ私らと同じだって。どこ踏んづけときゃ立てないか。私には丸分かりだった。だからあの日もほんの遊びのつもりだったの。5月29日、風花を体育館に連れてって外から鍵かけて。
まあ閉じ込めたっつうことかよ。
夜中になって自殺とかされるとまずいからって。
Wrong black girl. She is one of the black girls. One of the 2 black girls in the game.
翌朝、
校門で倒れてるのが見つかったか。
風花を出さなきゃって体育館行ったらまだ鍵がかかったまんまで、やばいってすぐ開けたんだけど、そしたら風花消えちゃってて、私らみんなビビって次の晩から夜な夜なあの子を探しに行ったの。でもその度行った子が帰ってこなくて、みんな次々マキみたいに。
なるほどな。ところで連日の山岸風花の欠席を先生は病欠と届けていらっしゃる。だが実際は行方不明で、先生はそれをご存知だったはずだ。どういうおつもりです？
何を言ってる。生徒のためにしたことだよ。みんないろいろ将来のために都合があるんだ。子供の君らには分からんだろうがね。
失踪して警察沙汰になる問題児などご自分の組にはいないということですか？
本人のためだ。こんなことで学歴に傷がついてはいかんだろう。親御さんもそういう話で納得してんだよ。
保身のためには教職の本分すらも捨てるか。ゲスめ。
いや、そんな風に言わなくったってさ。
もう結構です。外していただきたい。あとは我々が。
いや、しかし
この件については追って沙汰があるでしょう。
はあ、
病院へ運ばれた君の友人について何か気づいたことはないか。どんな細かなことでもいい。
声だ。自分を呼ぶ声。そうだ、みんな病院送りになる前の晩、そういえば同じこと言ってた。君の悪い呼び声を聞いたって。
声？
先輩、もしかして今回の事件って。
間違いない。奴らの仕業だ。誰が影時間に落ちるかを事前に知る方法はないとされてきたが。なるほど。
Hey, Hallie?
声か。つまり影時間へは落ちるのではなく、奴らによって落とされるということだ。
Give Hammer
実
back
際の
and
被害
no.
を目の前にすると思い知る。奴らは確かに。
How about you
人間
pick
を
up a
狙っている
kitchen knife instead?
シャドウ。
That'll be
紛れ
pretty
もな
good
く
for you.
人類の敵だ。今夜は私たちの寮に泊まるといい。それが一番安全なはずだ。もしも声を聞いてしまったらすぐに教えるんだ。何かに呼ばれたように
Drop
感
the
じても
stone and pick up a
決して部
wisp.
屋から出るな。これさえ守れば君は助かるだろう。そしておそらく山岸風花もな。
Cyclist blood
いおり
sports.
叫ば放課後
May I
生徒
ban?
会室に
No,
集合だ。
don't ban that
そこで今夜
sticker.
の作戦について説明する。
Don't ban that sticker. I'm gonna throw. I'm not gonna say actually finish. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Don't ban it. Uh.
今夜っすか？
今夜山岸風花を救出する。おそらく彼女はまだこの学園から出ていない。
Or no, Yukari. You just like Time said, Yukari's a trad
潜
wife.
入作戦を行う。目的は山岸風花の救出だ。
You know what they say. You give it and then you take it away.
しかもなんで夜に？
What sparked this brutal conflict?
その通り、山岸もそうやってタルタロスに迷い込んだんだ。
じゃあまさか山岸さんって体育館に閉じ込められてからずっと。
You whore. Hey, I gave you your hammer back. Hey, you seem to have dropped your hammer. What happened? What happened, Hallie?
どう考えても。
いや、悲観するのは早い。タルタロスは影時間の間しか現れない。なら山岸風花は日中はどこ？
You called? You called, Hallie? You called? Patrick said he's going to sleep, dude. Spooky, you got fucking scammed by Patrick! Yo, what the fuck?
言われてみれば。
こいつは仮説だが、おそらく山岸はあの時からずっと影時間にいるんだ。つまり10日といっても山岸にとっては影時間を
Yo, Patrick literally scammed his viewer. That's so fucking funny.
おお、マジっすか？
You should go to sleep if I don't get my hammer. Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe you should.
あれを10日分ぶっ通しってのは。
そういえばそうね。それにたとえ見つかっても場所によってはたどり着けるかどうか。
Maybe, Hallie, if you post the Elmo weed, post the Elmo weed sticker or the alien bong sticker. You need to take the pap. You need to take the pap pledge.
その方法大丈夫なんですか？
正直に言えば私はこの作戦にはもろ手を挙げて賛成はできない。最悪二重遭難という可能性もある。
I don't see an alien bong, Hallie.
助かる可能性があるのに放っておくなんて俺にはできない。
He actually isn't streaming, yeah.
俺一人で行く。
Yeah, the dude's legit like, yeah, thanks for the 50 spooky. Thanks for the 50 spooky. It looks like it's my bedtime. Sorry, bro. Sorry, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in order, bro. Dude, that's so fucking... Wow. Hey, DC, guess what? What is it, Hallie? You might just be joking. Oh, he actually is? Oh. That doesn't look like an alien bong, Hallie.
まあいいんじゃないですか。
一つだけ面倒がな。理事長の口添えがないとなると夜の学校にどう入ったものか。
Alright, we're gonna do this full moon and log off.
ご心配なく、そのことなら仕込みが済んでます。
仕込み？爆薬か？
Who said you? Hey, I'm just getting my news from chat. I'm not reading Discord while I'm fucking playing the game. You look like an alien bong. Maybe I do, but you should post alien bong anyway.
鍵開けといたってだけなんだけど。すんなり入れたっしょ。俺ってなんつうか天才？
自慢するほどのこと？
昼間のうちに鍵を。ブリリアント。
グッジョブ。どこかで捜索の下準備だ。お前たちの教室でいいな。
Yeah, yeah, post that, Hallie.
ブリブリとかって何？どういう意味？
昼間のうちに鍵を。ブリリアント。
日本人は日本語使ってほしいよな。
Don't tell me what to do.
怖がっちゃってまあ。
怖くない？
アホはないっしょ。
いいから始めるぞ。
I don't know. I don't see moderator. I don't know. I don't see moderator material tonight.
なんかコソコソしてて嫌だな。
Maybe you should go back to picking up the wooden spoon. Maybe some pots and
職員
pans.
室か公務員室にあるはずだ。2年の君らは
That might be a better use of
私たちは
your
公務員室を
your
そ
your
の
next
後で
half hour.
1階の玄関ホールに集合だ。いいな。
職員室のガサ入れか。テストの問題とかあるかも。
俺も職員室にするかな。公務員室より面白そうだ。
私の目の前で
Only one way to get modded.
事実なら
Yeah.
処刑だな。
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
嘘に決まってるじゃない
Take
で
the
すか。
pat pledge.
嫌だなもう。
誤解するな。面白いと言ったのは可能性が高そうだという。
言い訳はいい。それより公務員室へ向かうぞ。いより君も私と来い。
じゃあ私たちも行こっか。なんか聞こえない。何？私たちの他に誰かいるの？とにかく隠れよう。警備の人か。脅かさないでよ。ビビってないっての。 ちょっと不安ってだけだから。そういうの誰でもあるでしょ。怖いものない人なんていないでしょ。まあ考えてみたら先輩たちもいるわけだし、足音くらい不思議じゃないかも。
Every mod needs to show their allegiance to weed around here. It's true. It's true.
携帯私の。しかも迷惑メールだし。でもさ、普通びっくりするでしょ。いきなりやるんだから。ちょっとムカつくな、そういうの。体育館。この鍵なんて書いてある？何言ってんの？それって怖がらそうとしてんの？あのね、覚えとくよ。いつか復讐は果たされるんだから。ってよく見たら体育館の鍵じゃん。さあ戻りましょう。待ち合わせ場所は玄関ホールだよ。
鍵はあったか？
ゲットしてます。
途中なんか聞き覚えのある声でギャーとか聞こえたけどな。え？適当言ったのに図星？
喧嘩。
やれや
れ。よし、改めてチームを2つに分ける。3人がこのままタルタロスへ突入。私とあと1人が外でスタンバイだ。影時間に入ったら私が位置を割り出す。
俺は突入組に入る。それとお前も来い。また仕切り役をやってもらう。
じゃあ3人目は私で。
タイムゆかりっち。ほら俺前にモノレールの時実力出せなくて迷惑かけちったじゃん。恩返しっつうかさ、おめえ挽回させてくれよな。
はあ？変な見え反応。
The delivery on the Japanese version is very, very good.
そういうことならおめえ返上させてやる。突入は男3人でやろ
う。よろしくっす。
Hallie doesn't want to pledge her allegiance to drugs and weed. I don't think that's mod material. Bad to see.
そろそろ時間だ。
行くぞ。
私、そっか。私結局一人なんだ。風か。これ、嫌だ、嫌だよ。呼んでる。そうだ。
The schizophrenic voices are fucking calling to her. I'll fucking do it again.
なかなか連絡がないな。通信の感度は最大なんだが。
Yeah, the bike scene was pretty cool.
そういえば森山って子、寮に一人きりで大丈夫ですかね？
正直を言えば影時間に絶対安全な場所などない。だがここへ連れてくるわけにも、彼女のためだけに一人割くわけにもいかないだろう。
そうなんですか。
By the way, do you guys remember which game I played first? On which game did I play first? Was it P3P? Or was it Was it golden or? Oh, good night to everyone except me. Okay, bro. I'm gonna have a great night. DC not a friend. Well, I guess you won't be here for modding. I played P3 first. Oh yeah, because that game is peak. That game is fucking peak.
でも山岸さんの救出にはこうして全員で。
私だ。今そちらの位置を確認した。思ったより上だな。通信がギリギリだ。それより3人とも無事か。まだ分かってない。秋彦、おい。
通信圏外とかですか。なんか心配ですね。
目が覚めた？君の部屋の外で会うのは初めてだね。大丈夫、すぐに会えるよ。でも今はゆっくり話していられない。今夜君にやってくる試練はどうも一つじゃないみたいだ。とにかく急いだ方がいいよ。彼女が待ってる。今の君たちには必要な人だ。
Hallie got the axe. Is she gone?
じゃあまた会えるといいね。
Is she gone? I'm gonna do one of these, and then also let me. Peep dogs. That's funny. I'm gonna do one of those, and then I'm gonna fucking... How many lemons do I have? I don't want to spend it all on you people. I don't have ice coverage? Are you fucking kidding me? Huh. You won. I didn't enter the chest, only Spooky and Corb. I'm assuming they're changing the Emperor and Empress mechanic. Because that, in FES it was way too easy. I do want to level up my Jack, my Pyro Jack one more time so I get Agilao. I don't know how close I am though. It is a lot of XP, but at the same time, the shuffle time thing helps with that. That's why you need to have your eyes on chat at all times, yeah. It's true. I'm about to do some grinding, to AFK. See you, Corbin. Oh wow! Okay, I'm actually gonna get. I'm actually gonna try to get that next level. Fuck.
おお、ようやくお出ましだよ。心配したぜ、たく。
今後はこういう入り方は無理だな。
つうかさ、お前ここ来る途中に声聞かなかった？なんつったらいいか。
誰？人なの？
この声つか後ろからか
Yo, my brother wants me to play Pal World with him. Well, not now, but I mean just like in general. I don't have the game. I don't know, it looks kind of fun. I don't mind spending time with family.
ありがとうございます。私はい。
Oh, Fuka's new artwork is cute.
気が抜けちゃって。
Her Japanese voice is alright. Very, very close to the original, which is like alright too. Her English voice is pretty good though.
一体どこなんですか？私学校にいたはずなのに、なんでこんな。
その話はちょっと長くなんな。戻ってから説明するっす。
ミスル、聞こえるか？やっぱりダメか。ノイズがひどいな。
怪我とか大丈夫か？つうかここ化け物出るだろう。
じゃあやっぱりここ何かいるんですね。今のところなんとか見つからずに済んでますけど。
見つからずにって一度もか？どうやって？
なんて言ったらいいか。居場所がなんとなくわかるっていうか。
わかるってなんだそりゃ。女の勘ってやつ？
ミツルと同じ力か。いや、それ以上かもしれない。あいつのペルソナは本来は戦闘タイプだからな。
ペルソナ？
これを持っていてくれ。
これってピストル？
お守りのようなものだ。弾は出ない。
お守り。
よし、急いで戻るぞ。
月でかっ、明るってか、こんなギラギラしてたっけか？
月の満ち欠けはシャドウの調子に影響するって説がある。もっとも人間も同じだがな。
ユカリッチがプリプリしてたのもそのせいっすかね。モノレールの時も丸かったし。
前も丸かった。
なんすか？
おい、4月に亮が襲われた日、月を見たか？今日が6月8日。モノレールで戦ったのが5月9日。亮の襲撃は4月9日。すべて満月だ。ミズル、聞こえるか？おい、聞こえているのか？返事をしろ、ミツル。ミツル？
Hopefully we get some initial Fuka abilities to play with. I'm really curious how they're gonna change Fuka, because she does look like they changed her quite a bit.
なんすか？わかるように説明してくださいよ。
出たんだ。おそらく奴らは満月に来るんだ。急ぐぞ。
ちょっと！
これは
くそ、一体じゃないのか？ミツル、竹馬。
こいつ攻撃が効かない。
さ 真田さん、シャドウの気そらさないと。
分かってる。貴様らの相手はこっちだ。
秋彦、気をつけろ。こいつら
Is it me or,
普通の攻撃が効かない。
or does Akihiko's hands look kind of small?
おい、あいつ。
ふっか。
バカな。なぜ来た。
まさか森山さん。
無茶だ。戻れ。
逃げて。ここは危ないから。
私あんたに謝らなきゃって。
Yeah, they're like tiny. Yukari, Mitsuru, and the brown girl are vulnerable. Fuka's a non-combat persona too. Bro, this fucking guy. Okay, I like her awakening. I don't think it was definitely not as good as the movie, because the movie did this one really well. I don't really remember the what's it called? The FES awakening for Fuka. We could watch that afterwards.
山岸さん。
ペルソナ。
私見える。私あの怪物たちの弱いところなんとなくだけど見えます。
この力は。
思った通りだ。ミツル、バックアップは彼女が変わる。こいつらは俺たちで片付ける。
私が怪物たちの弱点を探ります。少し時間をください。
ここはペルソナ。
Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Heaven slash, wait a second. Ooh.
お待たせしました。いつでも調べられます。タイミングを指示してください。私にこんな力があったなんて。
期待通りの能力だ。ここは分析力ならミツル以上か。本物だ。どうする？ペルソナ。
敵の陣。
行くぞ。
俺の力で。今が使い時だろう。
Oh, what fucking hell?
す
This game mode is Merciless is pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. Strike. Ice, okay. Ping. I think Patrick's online. This gameplay is so fucking smooth, man. Oh, Fire Break is AoE now, huh? That's interesting. I want Akihiko to get the kill. Up. Rip. Starting to feel sleepy too. Alright. Just in time. Assault dive, nice. He's fucking dead.
今の2体のシャドウはどこから？
外からだ。寮やモノレールに出た時と同じだ。
そうか。
っていうか森山さん、影時間とかシャドウとか全部見ちゃってこれから。
いや、彼女は俺たちとは違う。影時間の嫌な思い出は記憶に残らない。それにシャドウの声を聞いたはずが、結局こうして無事でいる。再び落ちることはもうないだろ
う。でもそれ山岸さんが恩人だったことも忘れちゃうってことですよね。そんなのって。
いや、そうなっても案外大丈夫かもしれない。
ごめんねフカ、ごめんね。
自分がどうすべきだったのか彼女はもう分かっているようだ。
ごめんなさい。
All right.
おはよう。 そうだな。
Look at this fucking guy. Nope. This guy's like, hey, you wanna hang out? Bro, I don't even know who you are, bro. I don't even know who you are. Alright, who's available? Chihiro, Kazushi. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. As always, I don't know. Take it easy. I'm gonna hang out in Pat's stream. Night. Yo, this guy said Yucky acquired, bro. You just got here? Oh, dude, that's a rip, bro. That's a rip. But yeah, I'm going offline. You missed the Emperor and the Empress. But yeah, don't worry about it.